afternoon, I'm DRBMiller and this is Destiny Season of the Lost. Good afternoon to you all, DRBMiller here. How is everybody doing? I want to welcome all of our friends, fans, community members and participants, gamers worldwide on different platforms. Thank you for joining us again for our Destiny stream here on Twitch and other platforms. We have been away for a little while and there were many reasons as to why that was. I told you in September that there have been some works here in the local area where I live and that our internet connection was no longer as good as it should be for our live stream. So I had to take a break and focus on quite a few other activities that are gaming world related, but therefore we were not having any Destiny or Warzone live streams during the last few months, and I'm very sorry that indeed you had to be living all these months without our regular meetup places here. But I did receive quite a few messages of support from various members, and I'm very grateful to you all for being continuously in touch, indeed talking about games, about Destiny, about Warzone, about all the other wonderful new multiplayers that have been popping up and springing up on various platforms. Really, it's been a truly remarkable period of a couple of years, hence the pandemic, of course, through which we, on one hand, were kept in social isolation, on the other, we became more engaged with online multiplayer activity. In fact, you are familiar with our COVID group here because we were fighting this dreadful disease, this dreadful pandemic through our online multiplayer gaming activities in Destiny and Warzone, literally throughout the entire pandemic, and all of those wonderful streams and battles had been indeed recorded and archived on my YouTube channel. I had some messages from Spurs recently who said he was really missing our group of gamers and really wanted us to get back together. He was specifically asking for Sikapupu to come back so we could have a squad of 4, Spurs, Sikapupu, Spanner, and I think Bathos. So we are due to do this and on my channel very shortly. We talked about it, and indeed once we get everything in the full swing with Destiny Wars and streams, we are going to have no difficulty in roping everyone in and getting it back to normal. Normal being that we get together every single day for a couple of hours, and indeed we make sure that all of our enemies suffer in either of those 2 games, and lots of fun's to be had. We had a lot of fun, and Spurs reminded me of some of the greatest battles that we fought, in which we actually won some of the matches, which was fantastic. So coming back to the absence, I've had quite a few messages coming from around the world. In fact, we had quite a few from the US. You will know that our Twitch streaming, viewing, gaming community is consisting of very many US participants and members, and I'm very grateful for the support and attention and the kind words, because they said really missed the content, really missed the activities and all that we have here every single day, when are you going to come back, and what's going to be the next step, etc., etc., because all of them were quite aware of the internet related problems. And in fact, the internet connection was so poor that I couldn't even use my Wi-Fi just before Christmas, and then they had to dig up the roads and do all sorts of things in order to enable the better quality connection. And I had to be waiting for quite some time for the works to be done, and it's just one of those things, really. The connection had been fixed last week, and it's a lot better to what we had previously. I still do not have fiber, but I think with the improvement we should have some remarkable enhancement of the picture and sound quality overall. I didn't really notice that we had a major latency occurring on the line, and indeed some upload and download drops, which in fact were detected by me after I tried the new Xbox Game Pass platform, which is called Cloud, through which you can obviously stream on your console the games directly, and they just simply didn't work, and I could see that there was a serious problem with speed. Reported it, and all of that eventually got fixed, but it did take a very, very long time. Therefore, I was not able to do a thing. Few words of praise for everyone who had stayed in touch, and very grateful for all that you had indeed conveyed about your own gaming activities, about all the new games that you are indeed doing at the moment. And I think the overall feeling from the community was that people are progressing towards the idea of cross-platform, and I think the industry is supporting it. So I was very glad to hear that some of the dedicated PS and Xbox console gamers were warming up towards the idea, and some of them have been connecting their consoles to PCs or using cloud services. You will know that some games are not allowing PCs to be mixing together with the console players. PUBG, one of those, which indeed is spearheading that sort of effort, and we know as to why that is, because the cheaters, and also the difference in a tactical strategic game where anyone who is on the keyboard or using mouse will have huge prevalence, huge domination and advantage, even if they obviously are not using any aimbots or anything, which is highly illegal. But it's the speed of processing, it's the speed of the internet, as well as the overall tools that they have in order to enhance their aiming and shots which get fully registered. So I think the games that we play here are, as you know, primarily multiplayer and on the competitive side of things, although this is not a competitive channel, and we are indeed going to be continuing with the same selection of titles. I think Warzone and Destiny turned out to be by far the very best community-based games. We had fantastic communities built around both titles, and I have to say that our Destiny community had begun to grow again after a drop at one stage. I think people had warmed up towards the idea of the new seasons and the content that Bungie were providing during the last 18 months, and quite a few people who were still playing Destiny 1 had migrated to the sequel. It's no longer a sequel because the developer is integrating all the elements of the Game 1 and Game 2 into one big open world, and we've seen some significant progression on the Destiny front, which has been greatly appreciated by very, very many members. And to tell you the truth, today we had the biggest news, really. I just received about 1 hour ago. I was very, very surprised, I have to admit, because we talked about Bungie being brought back to full independence after their divorce from the publisher Activision, and we also thought that this was a particularly fertile ground through which Bungie were excelling, introducing new content, felt really fully in control of their creativity. But unfortunately, in view of some of the things that had happened, obviously COVID pandemic being one of the major problematic occurrences for the developer, I think they have begun to suffer financially, and you know that Destiny is a game that requires an enormous amount of input on all levels, which includes obviously human resources and finance. And today the news had broken that they had been acquired by $3.8 million by Sony PlayStation. And that is of a huge surprise to me, because I was expecting Bungie to be leaning towards Microsoft, and I thought perhaps something was seriously wrong, as the overall expansions departed in November, as the what was it? The 30-year season. The bundle was introduced, and it just seemed very, very surprising. On the same day when we had Halo Infinite released, all the expansions and the majority of the content had disappeared from Xbox Game Pass, when in fact previously we'd heard that Destiny was going to be fully aligned with Xbox and would carry on indefinitely within that format. So I was very, very confused, and I have to say quite angered by what had happened, because I did notice that Bungie were also spicing up the pricing strategy on the bundles and the packs, and that itself certainly is seen as not particularly friendly towards the gaming community. I think we are very, very angry about some of the things that we've seen recently. I personally wanted to get the 30-year anniversary pack, which I thought should have been fully integrated and offered on a reasonable price, but actually it's extremely expensive, and it doesn't actually contain that many interesting things which we are to use. It's all down to the cosmetics, and there aren't actually that many of those. So it did seem to me that Bungie were pushed for the revenue, and I think the pricing strategy through which small bundles are sold on high prices is absolutely going to backfire, and this may be the reason as to why they're aligned to Sony PlayStation. It's been said today, although the information is sketchy, that the discussions were going on already for about 6 months, but I'm not sure whether that is true. It's just the rumors spreading over the internet, but it was a bombshell, I've got to admit. And for all of you hardcore gamers a bit familiar, that the biggest sensational news was I think when was it? Beginning of the year, I think. Was it last year? I keep forgetting the dates. That Microsoft had purchased Activision, and this was for a huge amount, about $60+ billion, right? So this is not millions, it's billions. It's an unbelievable sum of money to be invested in the new deal, and I think everybody had been absolutely staggered by the news and really greatly surprised, meaning that all the exclusives and all the proprietary games that Activision own will become accessible through Xbox Game Pass as well. So these are the big wars that those two corporations are fighting. In my opinion, Sony PlayStation is lagging behind somewhat, and particularly on the front of live streaming and the stuff that we get with Xbox Game Pass, and most importantly through the interactivity. Excuse me. The trouble with Sony platform as it stands today, it is not as interactive as we would like it to be, and I think Microsoft and Xbox are truly excelling in that department. We've seen that people joining Xbox ambassadors in great numbers. So yet again the numbers have been growing, and we have seen that the app that PlayStation have, although it's been somewhat enhanced, is still not as good as it should be. I've got to admit, it's a bit more difficult to connect with certain games, and I think the biggest downer is if, for instance, the Xbox is offering you for a great number of games to be streamed directly through your Android or iOS, meaning your mobile phone or tablets. PlayStation need to have the same. If they're not having it, they will lose obviously lots of customers, etc., etc. The list just goes on. So we need to see what happens next, and I think this is the biggest news of today. The topic of the discussion is whether such massive corporations should be indeed acquiring those companies and therefore becoming the top dog in the market, and in fact with such power and such revenue that could monopolize all the other developers and all other sections of the trade. I don't know. We need to see, but I certainly think that Phil Spencer's leadership in Microsoft has been truly remarkable. He brought in so many novelties and exciting inventions to the platform that everyone enjoyed. So we carry on with that degree of enjoyment. And in fact, I had spent most of my time really during the last few months, as I wasn't able to stream, doing different types of games on Game Pass. To tell you the truth, I did play a couple of games on PlayStation as well. These were exclusives, and also aligned to PlayStation Now streaming services. And the biggest one that I completed and really loved, and I have to say, really fantastic game, although extremely violent, was The Last of Us 2. So if you guys are interested, you can just check it out. I think the game's no longer on PlayStation Now services, but you can certainly bank on the quality of the game. It has really very many innovative touches, most importantly the narrative, the way they sort of tell you the story. They go back and forth in time, you play to different characters, and everything blends in perfectly, and you really kind of feel for the characters, which I felt was somewhat absent in the first game. I thought the first game was quite clinical. It was more difficult for me to connect with either Ellie or Joel, but in the sequel I really felt both for Abby and for Ellie, and I thought the relationships had been worked through perfectly, and it's just all about the narrative and the style. The style reminded me of Christopher Nolan to a degree, albeit not on such a massive, grand, epic scale, but still toying with the time and space was very enjoyable. On the other hand, the Xbox games that I played, I mean, obviously there are very many. Oh, Sekapoop's here. Hello, Sekapoop. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being a valued member of our community. Thanks for popping in and saying hello, of course. And Sekapoop was asking whether I played Hunter in here. Yeah, I played actually Hunter quite a bit. I've been doing my Hunter for the last 6 or 7 months. I had not been playing Destiny every single day because during the absence from my daily streams I had engaged with other games that were on a backlog, and lots of titles released. But if I went back to Destiny, and this was like a couple of times a week, indeed I would have gone through my Hunter. Before the new expansion, the Witch Queen, I think I'll start on my Titan as well, because it'd be all fair and square for us to have 3 characters up and running. I really wanted to do a new character per expansion, but Bungie really unseated me to a degree, because what they did was they started changing the narrative and they began vaulting content. The idea was you replay the whole content with a new character once the new expansion is out, if you see what I mean. So 1 year I play Warlock, year 2 I play Hunter, year 3 I play. So every time I can replay some of the enjoyable bits of campaign and connect with the story. As we know, the story in Destiny can be at times fairly confusing if you're not reading the lore being the legend, being the annuals of the world, distant world our characters live in. And definitely Sekapupu told me that he had been reading it back to back, cover to cover, became very knowledgeable, and asked him a few questions. He knew absolutely everything. And for all of you who are new to our community, Sekapupu is a dedicated a gamer from Finland, and he had played lots of other games in addition to Destiny, Destiny being one of his favorites, and he knows everything about Destiny on the technical and theoretical front. So if you have any questions, and Sekapoop is with us, you need to just fire up the questions and he'll give you the answers. The way I run my broadcasts, and my community members are familiar with this, is I always rely on my community. It's all about a community effort. It's all about people popping in and doing things together. And when I joined Destiny community, which was about 5-6 years ago, I really learned everything from the guys who were coming in. And I learned in 3 months what I would have done in 2 years. It was extraordinary. It was such an enjoyable experience. The bonding, the friendship, the support was just second to none. And I think that still prevails today and still stays with us. We did not see the development of the same type of community in the sequel compared to the original, and I think lots of people still are playing the original, not as much on Twitch and through live streams, but we're hoping that the older generation Destiny veterans will warm up to the new concept, which in fact is quite experimental, it's quite varied, it is definitely innovative compared to anything we've seen in video gaming overall, and it's highly risky. It's risky because they are vaulting the content that we paid for, they introduce new story bits, and generally it becomes a very, very interesting experimental way of approaching the game. I think they are becoming worried that perhaps some people will get cold feet, and specifically I think even from the legal terms, if you paid for the content, you really should be able to access it, and they're vaulting now Forsaken and some other sections of the I'm thinking Shadowkeep they'll keep, but there's some other elements of DLCs which will go to the vault. Some of the planets will not be accessible. So these are the the concerns that our community members have, and certainly I do have feelings about all I paid for that is then disappearing. It's just, it does seem to be unjust, and they really need to consider running the older sections of the game on separate servers, so a bit like Destiny Legacy, Destiny Legends, or something of that sort, and you enter a different section, therefore you go through a different motion in order to get to the story and the characters, because otherwise it will be too confusing, and or maybe it'll be introduced in a different context. I'm not sure. We need to see exactly what Bungie will do, but they've been keeping cards close to the chest. They've been fairly quiet about some of the ideas, and I think the community has been getting impatient to a degree. But on the other hand, if you look at the season, last season, I think people had warmed up because there's been a lot of content. There has been a new idea of blending in what you pick up with the narrative, and you will need to have certain gear in order to complete certain missions, which I think is very good. Also, the grinding becomes a bit more meaningful. We had few of those empty Iron Banner or the Crucible runs, which in fact I did not enjoy at all. And we had more of the story-driven missions, lots of pinnacle activities similar to the old Escalation Protocol, which I really miss. I love the Escalation Protocol, but it's gone. So, all these things together are kind of pointing us towards the next step. And the next step indeed will be the Witch Queen, released on the 22nd of February of this month. Hence any technical issues, hence any potential delays. We've seen so many games delayed. Stalker, one of the biggest ones, being the latest, delayed until the 8th of December of this year to be like a pre-Christmas release, and we really can't wait to get our hands on Stalker. Anyone who's a dedicated veteran will tell you Stalker was one of the biggest, the best PC games of the noughties, and we absolutely want to see the sequel, which on the trailers and gameplay looked simply staggering. Coming back to Destiny and our community, I had received some messages today in view of my postings on Twitter and Discord from our friends from the US, who said that they will indeed join us, and I think some of them had concerns about the schedule, when the stream is presented live, and unfortunately I can't easily reschedule the streams to be done in the evening for various reasons, and also I don't enjoy playing games of this sort, the games that have high PvP, very kind of bright, colourful content later in the day. The reason for that is I'm a mature gamer, and such games really affect my brain. I get very awake and twitchy, and therefore I can't sleep. So that is not something that I want to be doing. If I'm to be playing a game later in the evening, it will be a very quiet RPG, or a storytelling game with plenty of interesting dialogue and content that doesn't require a lot of action, jumping around, and high octane activity. So I discovered there are several on Game Pass that indeed are very, very ideal for that part of the day. Some puzzlers and some platformers, and some Japanese RPGs are very, very good. They don't have any major full motion action, but you read a lot of dialogue, and you combine characters, and it's really good fun. Anyway, for high octane games, early in the day is the time where I indeed enjoy playing them and getting people in together, and that's exactly how it is going to be. So let me just tell you a few more things about the gaming. I had some messages actually coming in, people asking, what did you play of late, because we've not seen you, so surely you have been roped in with lots of different titles, and that's absolutely true. The biggest novelty for us who are in possession of Xbox and PlayStation consoles was the introduction on the Game Pass of instant cloud gaming. They did allow it on mobile phones and tablets, but we couldn't do this on consoles. But this is of huge advantage. Remember, if you have 500 plus games instantly accessible and you don't have cloud access, i.e. instant streaming, you've got to download every single game. So the downloads of some games, particularly the games in huge demand, like the new Rainbow Six, for instance, they will take a long time, and if you just want to have a quick look to find out what this game is like, if you really want to see whether this is your kind of cup of tea and whether you want to play it, it's much nicer if you just enter the cloud, check it out, and then decide on what to do next, whether you want to play it, and that's really been of tremendous advantage. So there are about, I think, 600 plus games on Xbox Game Pass at the moment, and they integrated EA Play as well. So all the great EA plays, like EA Play games like Dragon Age, the old Mass Effect, the new Mass Effect as well, the Legendary Edition, they're all in Battlefield, they're all included, and it's a no-brainer. For 10, 50 or whatever, £11 a month, you get access to everything, so you definitely need to have it. And also the benefit of it is you don't have to play it on your Xbox, you can download it to your PC, like what Sega Booba does, and therefore you can just crack on with exciting PC gameplay, which is superior in all sorts of ways to what you will get for the PvP shooters on Xbox. So you can use a keyboard, you can use your mouse, and you can excel in any way imaginable. Although I have to say, with the Xbox One and the Xbox Series S and X, the quality of the graphics and the sound are absolutely phenomenal. They're quite close to what you'll get on the top-notch gaming PCs. But anyway, it's down to the controls, it's down to the type of game you want to play. Not everybody wants to be doing Apex or PUBG, but those games do require, well, they will be played a lot better on PCs for obvious reasons. So coming back to Xbox Game Pass, they are introducing lots of games every week, and they're also having games that keep disappearing. So I've got to say, I did have a problem with some of them because they were lengthier games like Red Dead Redemption that disappeared rather fast, but the other games I was able to play and complete. So let's have a look at what I played of late. One of the latest acquisitions in their additions, I should say, was Hitman 3, and that also included the remastered 4K Hitman trilogy. Hitman is a wonderful game, and if you like Splinter Cell, if you like sneaky type of Ubisoft games of the past like Assassin's Creed, you absolutely want to jump in and crack on with the game. And I had a look the other day, and it just looks and sounds absolutely wonderful. Death's Door is a new game, an indie game that's been introduced this month. It is very, very interesting, and you have these lovable characters that need to be doing silly things in order to capture certain monsters. And although it looks very easy and geared for children, it's everything but. And some of the monsters you meet are very, very difficult, but very enjoyable. Good graphics, good dialogue, it's very funny. Visage is a disturbing adventure game. I should say it's a horror stroke survival stroke adventure game, and it does start with some incredibly brutal scenery of murder, which later you are investigating, and you become like an evil spirit, and you travel around and explore various houses and areas of interest, and so definitely worth a shot. I played Terraria, I played Phoenix Point, and I got to say, Phoenix Point reminded me a bit of XCOM, and also of what was the other game? Gears Tactics, because they deploy the same system in which you are doing a strategy game, and then you become involved with the character when you're shooting, as if you were in an ordinary PvP or RPG game, and that really blends in perfectly. So it's a very, very good game, very interesting, and with some sort of tricky tasks, and definitely kind of cooperative team effort in order to complete some of the tasks. The biggest game released recently, and there's been a huge anticipation about it, and I played it quite a bit. I played it a bit, not quite a bit. I played quite a bit of it on the technical, it's called the sort of technical exercise, like alphas and betas. They call them something else now. There's been the actual term, technical test. Yeah, that's what it is. I just couldn't remember it. One of the biggest games that indeed fell into this category. I played quite a bit when part of alpha and beta, but didn't have enough time recently to get my teeth in, is Rainbow Six Extraction. And you'll know that Rainbow Six Siege is a very, very popular game, and everybody is still playing it. And if you are on Game Pass, and if you are playing Extraction, you will get all the operators unlocked for Siege straight away. So this is very advantageous, because otherwise you would have to purchase quite a few of them to various packs or individually. And this time it's a sci-fi scenario. Earth has been attacked by some very evil alien force, and you've got to be defending against the creatures. So, you know, similar to Alien and Independence Day, you need to do this in a team, and it's all down to the team effort. The game looks very, very polished. It's very smooth, plenty of tactical activity, and many, many hours of great fun ahead for anyone who is familiar with that sort of military simulation tactical type of shooter. So definitely hope that my friends from Warzone will indeed warm up towards it, and will do some of the activities in there as well. The other game I spotted was The Good Life, a small kind of a mystery adventure type of game with very funny dialogue, with an American photographer coming into an English village and trying to investigate the past. Very enjoyable, loved it. And also I explored the games like Dragon Age Inquisition, Dragon Age Origins, played a bit of Doom Eternal, and the games that I completed and I played really with a huge amount of relish were, first of all, the biggest game to come out last year on Xbox, Halo Infinite. And if you've not tried the campaign, you absolutely have to. It's incredible. It's the best Halo campaign ever. Visually, it looks really mouth-watering. The graphics are out of this world, and also it incorporates the idea of open world, which indeed is existing in there for you to explore, to collect different items, to enhance your Spartan Master Chief, the character who you play there. And the story is very good, very well told, and it's a significant difference to what we've seen in previous Halo games. Also, got to say, it was fairly lengthy. I'm trying to think how many hours I played, but I did play the campaign for a good 4 weeks, and had lots of fun. And even as I completed the campaign, there were still quite a few tasks left, like patrols and explorations of certain areas on the map, which I still need to do, you know, in due course. And obviously, Halo is a multiplayer, and many people are very eager to jump in order to tackle other gamers. And there are lots of different maps and characters and cosmetics which you could do at any time. And I've got to say, the multiplayer is also offered free of charge, so it's cross-platform. So, you know, if you're wondering whether you should try it, but just download and you know, jump with both feet in, and then simply crack on with some of the battles. For me, Halo Infinite is 10 out of 10. Loved it, and I played a lot, and we'll do it maybe sometimes in here as well. But I'll need to get a crew together, because Halo is similar to Warzone. It's best played when you have your full members truly on board, and therefore have a lot of fun. Otherwise, the maps there are similar to what we have in Destiny. They're fairly tight, they're sort of deathmatch maps, and there's a lot of hectic activity going on in there amongst the players. The other game I played was what's it called now? Come on, it's a Polish game. I can't believe that the name's gone, so I can't see it in here on my list. Jump back in because I completed it. Well, let me see. Day one releases. Of course, I played Outriders. Outriders are a wonderful game, and very similar to Mass Effect to a degree, and with some elements of Gears of War. I loved it, and they also brought in a new DLC. There's extra activities, so if you like really proper shooters in a sci-fi environment, Outriders are indeed going to be very much of your bread and butter. So let me just see where the game is. Well, he'll get back to me, no worries. So these were the recaps on my... there's one big thing I forgot to mention. Ever since they released Mass Effect Legendary Edition on Game Pass, I absolutely loved it, and I've been playing it from that day one. What can I tell you, for anyone who is as dedicated to this wonderful massive multiplayer online, it's not actually multiplayer, it's what I'm saying, the space opera that Mass Effect is, will love it, because Game 1, Mass Effect 1, is greatly enhanced. Everything plays and looks and sounds a lot better than what we had on 360. You'll remember that they had problems with the engine and it did come across as the old generation game compared to Mass Effect 2 and 3, so that's been massively enhanced, and there's a tons of new content. All the DLCs are included but one, which they couldn't remaster for Mass Effect 1, and there are tons and tons of activities. I've got to say that when I hear that some people finished Mass Effect 1 in about 30-40 hours, I just think, well, what kind of game have you played? I mean, I played about 300 or 400 hours of Mass Effect 1 originally, and I'm sure that with the Legendary I will probably reach the heights of 500. So we are talking about probably a few thousand hours that can be spent on Mass Effect if you're a completionist. And don't forget, the Legendary is including all the DLCs that were released for any of the games, and it just feels like one of the best trilogies, one of the best game bundles ever released. And I've got to say, the graphics, the sounds, the music, the atmosphere is better than anything else I've seen previously from BioWare. So if you're a fan of sci-fi or space opera or shooters, well, absolutely, and obviously most importantly, if you're a fan of the story-driven games, then Mass Effect is definitely going to be your first pick, and you really need to play it ASAP. Either purchase it or indeed just simply go to Game Pass, click on that button, download, and crack on with all the activities. You will be with Commander Shepard. You may decide to play him as male or female. You may decide to play him as diplomatic or rogue. And every single time when you replay the game, and think about it, a few thousand hours of gameplay being replayed, you will get a different type of subplot. You will be able to get a mini romance with some of the characters. And that's quite interesting, because in the first game I didn't have any romances, but as I replayed Legendary, I already was romancing with two female characters there. So that's extraordinary. There's a completely different subplot, a different development compared to all we had in the original, which indeed was truly appreciated. So we got Playmo in here, and Sikapupu. Hello, how are you guys? Playmo says, good afternoon Daniel, good to see you back on Twitch. We missed popping into your streams. Well, thank you so much for coming back here, sir, and indeed popping back in. It's the first stream after a few months. I think my last stream was in September, October, and I was just saying earlier, I had serious problems with internet connection in the local area, and it did take months for that to be fixed. So therefore, I couldn't stream anything due to the absence of, the appropriate connection. Still no sign of fiber, but what they've done so far has actually enhanced the connection, so we should have somewhat better picture quality, and indeed the sound should be as good as always. So thank you for popping in, and we'll just very quickly to tell you the news. I will be introducing a few other add-ons. Most importantly, most significantly, there will be a separate gaming community podcast, and I will be running this on separate platforms. It may not go directly here through Twitch, so that will be publicized. The platform I'll be using for podcast is called Spreaker, and Spreaker is allowing us to be podcasting live, and then we get it exported to various other podcast platforms such as Spotify and Google Podcast and iTunes and iHeartRadio. So that will be another addition to what we do here. We'll have sessions focused entirely on gaming, and then we'll have sessions that are focused entirely on the community. It'll be a mixture, because podcasts will bring in community members and we'll talk about certain issues like the news or current game activity, or the industry battles, Sony versus Microsoft, Activision going to Microsoft, Bungie going to Sony today, and that sort of thing. So it'll be providing us with a variety of different platforms and different types of content. So I really kind of look forward to the greatest possible engagement. Also, the other thing is I will try to monetize some of the platforms. I will expand on the content, and we'll have to see really how this goes through various other supportive entities like Patreon and all the other ones. I've been actually spending quite some time analyzing and examining the different ways to which our community can be enhanced and maybe brought to a certain growth, because we were growing quite exponentially over the last few years, but I thought that having it just situated on one platform such as Twitch or YouTube was in fact restricting the access that at the moment indeed is being seen as perhaps most enhancing, and that they call it simulcast or something like that. It's like a multiple platform access, and I think with podcasting we are getting there quicker than with some of the live streams of video, and there are technical reasons as to why that is. And Playmore says, well, excellent news regarding the podcast, we look forward to seeing the platforms grow. Yeah, that's the idea. You know, we want really to bring in people from various platforms, because you know, gamers are generally very territorial, and people say, I'm a PC gamer, therefore I want to stick to my PC, I'm never going to go to the consoles, and vice versa. And you have the same thing between Xbox and PlayStation. We've heard that many times here on air, as we were obviously doing Destiny, because you remember I streamed Destiny for a couple of years on PlayStation, and we had so many people from Xbox popping in and saying, can you help us to kind of squad up with somebody who's on Xbox? And I did. But then I've gone to Xbox, because Xbox was providing the full content of Destiny with everything, you know, on Game Pass, and these guys were not popping back in, so I felt a bit deserted, because I helped them to get the buddies. But then on the other hand, it's about algorithms. You know, algorithms could be very brutal, and I've seen that with YouTube and with Instagram. They will get sometimes huge amount of interest to certain people for whatever reason, and but you know, certain people would be investing in add-on tools that are obviously animating algorithms, and then with others they will have absolutely no interest or absolutely no views. And even if you were doing everything down to the T with hashtags and, you know, all the references and etc. So we are definitely going to be focusing on what seems to be the most important part of the industry, and that is cross-platform access, cross-platform gaming, and cross-platform connectivity, so that we kind of break the threshold of these barriers and bring people together in order to become just like a one big gaming community. And I think Phil Spencer from Microsoft is spearheading this effort. He really wants the community to be all within like one big gaming universe, and I think the tech is also progressing down this route. I was just examining today and yesterday the platforms for mobile streams, and it's interesting. It's more difficult now to get multiple platform live streams if you're doing it just as a podcast, compared to if you were doing, for instance, Call of Duty Mobile. It's fun, isn't it? Because you think, if you're doing just audio, it should be easier, but actually it isn't. The reason for that is the interest, because everyone wants to be streaming Call of Duty Mobile through Streamlabs or, you know, Twitch or whatever, and obviously that will cost them quite a bit and will be more taxing on the bandwidth. But that seems to be the preference in Streamlabs, which is surprising. I wanted to find an option where I could just do audio without any video, and, you know, the standard type of podcast, and they prefer for that to be uploaded once the podcast was finished, rather than doing it live on air. So, you know, it's just really funny how things go. Honestly, I've listened to some of the podcasters and some of the streamers from worldwide, and there was one chap. He runs a very successful true crime podcast in the US, and he said that what he tried 3 years ago that really worked for him would absolutely not work today at all. It would be just a non-starter, and he had to really, you know, tailor the content and crank up the strategies and various sort of things, because, you know, it's down to the trends, it's down to the industry interest, and also what people want to see. So the fact that TikTok is amassing that number of participants and generating revenue today doesn't mean it will work in 12 months. So anyway, a podcast is a great thing, and I'm an avid listener of Radio 4 and BBC World Service, and you know, kind of prefer listening to certain content, particularly if you're talking about politics and current affairs, which doesn't have the visuals, because you're just literally focusing on people's thoughts and what they actually wish to say. And our podcast should be exactly that. They should have a focus on whatever is happening in the gaming community, what's happening within our own community, as well as the industry news and any other novelties and inventions. So that's the idea, and in fact I will be running podcasts on two different fronts. One will be our gaming dialogue, the other will be aligned with Film Dialogue, which is my bigger hub on the net dedicated to film history. And I think that one, in fact, will have a greater number of industry participants because they already read my blog and they follow Twitter and Facebook and all the other entities that align to it. And I have about 5,000 plus people who've been with me for nearly 10 years, and you know, they will be definitely paying attention. And obviously, the focus and the ideas will be somewhat different. Whilst Film Dialogue is more dedicated to film history and archive films, Game Dialogue is very sort of up and coming with everything that's happening out there in the know amongst the major industry players and the greatest and the biggest new games that are being released. You know, some podcasts could be dedicated to retro gaming or the history of gaming, and I would really appreciate if some of the older mature gamers would volunteer to pop in, and then we'll run shows together. You know, we'll have 2 or 3 of us discussing our gaming history, the way we kind of got introduced to it, and all the other niceties. And I'm sure that our younger generations would be very curious. And I mean, you know, I remember when I was a boy, listening to some of the veterans when they talked about film and graphic novels was phenomenally interesting, because I would discover through their words graphic novels I never heard of before, but I actually got to like. And you know, you discover certain names, certain titles, and most importantly with the games. Today we have Good Old Games, GOG, platform that is providing us with lots of older games on you know, very low. I've got to say they increased the prices somewhat since they developed the Witcher trilogy. But previously I was purchasing things for like 50 pence, £1, and you know, great old games remastered for PC. And I'm sure our friend Playmore is fully familiar with this, because I know that you use various platforms and you're very keen on some of the older games. And you know, what better way to get acquainted but listen to somebody's podcast? You have 2 or 3 mature gamers discussing the old games like Ripper, Black Dahlia, 3DC, let me think, what other games? Gabriel Knight, Hell, trying to think, Seventh Guest, you know, all the big games of the 90s, and then other people discovering some of the titles, going to GOG, purchasing them, playing them, streaming them, discussing them. You're being brought back to that gaming history. And you know, as we have obviously at the moment in Destiny, 30 years of Bungie, and I'm really not happy with that Bungie cosmetics pack, which is for 30 years anniversary, being sold on such high prices. I was going to purchase it, but when I saw the price, and then it was selling, offering the starter pack, also on a price of about, I think, £10 or £11. There was nothing in it. It's only about half dozen items, but it's just crazy. You know, it just seemed really completely contradicting the policy they had a little while back, where they said, well, you'll be able to purchase everything in-game currency. Well, you can't. You know, you can't, because obviously you can be grinding as much as you want, but they will still want you to be using the currency. You know, it's just not something that I really want to see. Alright, so we have Sikapupu, we have Playmore in here, so that's great, and our friend from the US will also join us in a little while. Let me see whether I can... Mike, his name is, but I'm trying to get his Twitch name as well. Can't really find it at the moment. Okay, so to summarize, we are back. Today is the first day, and we're coming to the end of our introduction, so we'll crack on with some activity in Destiny Season of the Lost, and there are lots of things to do in there. Sekapupa brought to my attention that it looked like I played that Hunter quite a bit. Yeah, that's true, I played Hunter quite a bit. I need to work on my Titan. Once the Witch Queen comes out, we'll start out the Witch Queen on the Titan to get reintroduced to the old content, to explore the new. And there's lots of things I need to do. I am in the Season of the Lost with the fully purchased version, but I've not played as much. Actually, I played lots of lots of campaign missions and lots of stuff which was still like a leftover from before, therefore I wasn't getting many XPs and wasn't progressing rapidly forward. But there are several pinnacle activities at the moment which will be persisting until the 22nd being the day when we are going to be getting the Witch Queen, and we'll hammer these literally throughout the next 3 weeks in order to complete the seasonal goodies, content, and all that comes together with it. We'll try to get as many of those nice 30th anniversary rewards, and I'm not sure whether we are going to be able to get all of them, but I did see that with some grinds we are getting these, so it's not so bad, and also some weapons. So I'd just like to say to our viewers, if you're interested, and indeed if you want to be participating in that 30th anniversary event, make sure that every one of those, once you purchase it or once you get it, acquire it in the game, is locked. That's very important, because I know Sekapupu told me a few times, unintentionally and due to lag on a computer console, some of their items will get deleted, and once you lock them, they can't be deleted. And in your vault, just keep all the the great items. As we carry on, Destiny is giving us lots of different weapons and armor, and some of the older ones you don't really need to keep if they're not really as good. And most important thing is that those which are worth keeping, with very good rolls, or indeed if you have the items that are seen as particularly rare, like these celebrating the 30th anniversary, while you do not want to lose them through some sort of error or activity that indeed due to the lag is taking them away from you, because you can't get them back, and you may be in a position where in fact you will need to repurchase them, or in some instances you're not going to be able to have them at all, because we've seen that some items they're offering through the seasonal content and then later they're no longer purchasable. So that is basically what they're currently doing. But considering the amount of content, it's likely that in the future they'll re-offer it. We'll get it through the legacy or any other section, but we need to kind of live through it and find out what the new direction is going to be. Also, I'm very curious to see what Bungie Arts say about the future direction, because if they are purchased by Sony becomes the top dog, they may have some other ideas, and I'm not really particularly excited about this, I've got to say. I think they would have been a lot better off going back to Microsoft, but then on the other hand, Microsoft have Halo, and Halo is a serious competitor to Destiny and vice versa, hence the Destiny being the company that invented and created the trilogy, initially being given later to 343 Industries. So maybe that's the reason. I don't really know. It was significant that on the day when Halo Infinite was released, Destiny content was taken off. So it just seemed like Halo was getting the prevalence and a better spot for all the gamers, which in fact was expected. Destiny was being kind of demoted to a degree, and maybe that's the reason. Maybe they want now with Sony to have Destiny as their own Halo, or their biggest sci-fi multiplayer community-based type of game. We'll have to see what develops. Right, I'm running out of things to say, so I think the best thing to do, my friends, is to crack on with some activity, to get my glasses and have a very short sip of tea, and then we'll crack on with our online activity in Destiny. Destiny Season of the Lost, this is. So a very short break once we come back, and I'm sure Sekapupu is trigger happy and really waiting for me to stop talking. Just coming back to Play More, you asked me about podcasts. I had tested the podcast in the course of the last year, and I thought, with our gaming community, we have one group of people who really enjoy listening to my lengthy introductions and people who want to be communicating on the industry news. But then we also have another lot, and these are generally younger gamers, people who are not interested in listening to overall kind of a rundown of what's happening in the know, but they really want to be watching this live gaming. So I think making certain separations and providing different sections for people in our community will kind of cater for that type of preference, and evidently with separate podcasts, people are going to be able to access them on various platforms and then download them, listen to them, type messages, contact me about the content. But I want a podcast to be as interactive as possible. Probably not right at the beginning, but we'll see. And I really enjoy doing podcasts and introductions, and as I said, they will be dedicated to several fields, two of which already have great presence on the internet. One is film history, the other is gaming, and they will come under one banner on Spreaker, which is my own banner, and then people will see that one podcast is dedicated to films, the other to gaming, and they'll be able to communicate accordingly. And obviously I'd like to invite our friends from the gaming industry and from the gaming community to have a look at Film Dialogue, and you may discover certain things of interest in there, and you may connect with some of the other guys who are there, and vice versa. Although I have to say that the communities are not really as cross-platform as you would expect them to be, for whatever reason. I guess maybe it's because the more dedicated, long-term film veterans and fans are not keen on Marvel superheroes and the overall elements of gaming that are popping up in some of the blockbusters. But anyway, that's a subject for another day. So, as I said, let's crack on with some Destiny activity. Really I'm trigger happy. I'm itching to get some rewards, to perhaps acquire some of those 30-year anniversary shaders and cosmetics, and that's exactly what we'll do next. So stay with us. I'm back in 5. There we are, my friends. Here we are. Cup of tea. Did serve me really well. My throat was suffering already. You could tell I've not been broadcasting of late. Alright, so let's see what we've got here in Destiny. This is my new ship. Oh, I just realized I do not have my big headphones on. Okay, so this is my new ship, nicely customized, been served me really well. So for everyone who's just joined us, this is our first Destiny stream after a little while. I'm fully back. I'll be doing our Destiny streams on the daily basis, and we'll also do Warzone. So one day we'll have Destiny, they will have Warzone, because we have two wonderful communities attached to this channel, and both of these are itching to join back in to become yet again trigger happy to destroy and eliminate all the enemies. Oh, I've got that Sekapupu in here, which is really good. Let me see. Excellent. Thank you very much for joining us. I know that you've been waiting to join us, and let me just work out whether I can hear you properly. Can you hear me? Trying to work out what we had to do previously in order to get the audio going. Ah, I forgot all about it. Do you remember? Let me see. What's that? Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Oh, excellent. It all worked. It all came back straight away. It's the party, isn't it? You had it installed on your PC and then you just send me the invitation and that's all done and dusted. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. How are you, Sekapupu? Long time no see, no hear. All good? But look at this. This is something quite astonishing, isn't it? I'm 1325 and you're 1293. How can that be? Because you're always beating me to it. Good. So we'll catch up with all the activities, and I'm quite easy. I basically need to do as much as possible in order to level up with my seasonal content. I've been doing campaign missions and leftovers, so I haven't gone really very far. I'm only level 25, 26, and I think with the pinnacle with the pinnacle activities, we are getting lots of XPs, and we'll be able to crack on quite rapidly. So without further ado, let's just crack on. Really, what shall we do? Where should we go first? Go to the tower, just to get kitted up and stuff, or collect some bounties? We'll collect some bounties. I want to say to everyone, I really missed my community, and I'm very grateful that everyone was in touch, really, by messages and, you know, various other means of support. So that's been great, and we are back in full force, so we'll be able to do the same every single day. Maybe not within the same duration, or 5 to 6 hours, but still it will be 3 to 4 hours per day, and that will be sufficient for all we do. What games have you played of late, Sekapupu, in addition to Destiny? Yeah, I tried it the other day as well, isn't it? It's quite strategic. There are lots of different bits and pieces doing there. It's a thinking man's game. Thinking man's game. Yeah, yeah. It doesn't look like that when you look at it. It looks like that, but actually, once it's all the tasks it is, and okay, I've not played it much. Any other ones? I said that the other day. I remembered Destiny. It's very good. Confess so much of it, and then, you know, for any Destiny streamer, dedicated time left when I'm in space. In fact, I talked to a chap who's RCX, who was a regular dedicated Destiny. Good to have you back. Game member, and his content, this thing just killed it for him. Yeah, he didn't have enough time, you know, every Tuesday to come back in and then do all the tasks. And I don't really agree with this. I think that, you know, we have a choice. We can decide what we want. So we want to be pursuing. We want to be doing everything, complete every single thing. Which of PvP in here, you know. Unless it's things they're often crawling, isn't it, to do.
Sure.
So I take it you've not played Destiny as much. I asked them, and they said just on Tuesday or Wednesday, and then that hyped up about the week, because this season's been, we never had a season. That's true. Lots of like storage. Okay, I picked up some of the. See, we could go to the expensive, isn't it? For what? Because I thought it was, you know, not. I guess probably wear some. Started with guys, if you just got more. What do you think? Some bounties for pinnacle activity. One destination. Eternity.
We work slow.
Normal and legend. I don't know, maybe we can try in team members matchmaking, solo, or so it's automated matchmaking. It's the first one we'll do. Mod. barrier thingy, I think. God, my throat's gone already. It's annoying. The ship you've got is pretty good. So they're also coming together with a pack. Looks fancy. There's one game I thought you would have played, and that's Rainbow Six Extraction. I played it a bit.
Will you win a 55-inch machine gun, a golden age Sparrow, an all-expenses-paid trip to Europa? Find out tonight on Dare's Eternity.
There we are. What's the weapon in there? It's the gunner. Didn't see it. So basically, yeah, but you level up.
Summon your opponents.
But introduce our view to what's happening in here. We've got the wheel and then opponents, and then the opponents are quite, so we need to really eliminate as many as possible. And then we carry on
long way here tonight.
Wonderful rewards. My audio like audible. This is it? Check it. It was my first while, and I've not jinxed, but you know, sometimes.
The horse east and more opponents.
The owner of the platform is the same sort of thing. What's this? Snatch that thing.
Fantastic now demands you dexterity on any danity of us.
Where did you go? I can't see it. Okay. No, actually, I didn't see it. Oh, well, I mean.
From downtown, give it up for the Cabal.
flag. And he didn't want to fight me.
The horse deserves further ease.
Screenshot of it. Immune, perhaps. Got him. I managed to do that. It's ridiculous.
Guardful horse to honorable against the Kabapian.
Few of them jump. Oh, here. That's really cool.
Door holds your final opponent. The horse is you get. Shame. The odd not in your tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the trick's always true. You know, you've got to tell everyone what to do. You know, it's really better. But that's exactly left it, because this game is all about beating your boys, you know?
Drop pods from across
That's
to
where you
be
get the best
here
fun.
tonight.
Similar to
Survive
Warzone.
the final round.
Got the final round already. Got anything. Into, oh, that's good. Lots of us in here. Oh, it's up there. This activity biased as well. People are biased if you're not really level, they're much stronger than you. Not, no, it's not. Give it to someone. I've not been killed that many times here, I guess. See, are you? Yeah, I'm really investing in you, please. So you don't have. You said your dad was something. Benefits of pass. That's super. Love of super. It's a bit of the characters that
And
killed when they
its
come
pop.
You're dead now. That's a kill. Looks like some seasonal challenges. That's good.
What's the sound steed? You worthy this round.
Well, that means that we... flashes in here. Completely psychedelic. So there are people who have poison. I have a colleague and he's a former soldier in the army, you know. She suffered from epilepsy, suffered injury. And she really complained about it. She said, you know, Destiny, my favourite game, play many of these new activities because they're causing fits all the time. I know.
Tonight's special, please come on out.
Pull out my golden gun and got killed. Look at this. Boom. Okay, capturing the zones. I don't know. I'm trying to destroy this bite and now it's not working. Very high score. The squad score. I'm capturing the zone. Enemies in here. Where's the horse?
The steed who true the realms thanks you for being with us too.
We got lots of loot. Look at this.
Void, we hope you will join us next time, right here on Dares of Eternity.
Hang on, I need to pick it. Yeah, I need to pick up all the loot. I think I did pick up everything, yeah. Yeah, coming. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's weird. That's what, isn't it? Down there. Look at that guy, Elka, 178 kills. Told you, some 70,000 score he has. It's crazy. Look at me, I have 14,000. Yeah. Why do you have that no through sound in there, no parking sign on your username? It's a Sakapupu and there's no parking. See that? Is that part of that emblem? You see there? It says Sakapupu, no parking. I see. See, could be. Yeah, could be. Let's have a look what we picked up, right? Go back then. We'll go back to the tower, or not? I leveled up as expected. Seasonal challenges, unclaimed challenges. Let's see. That's good. Fusion rifle and sword calibration. So that's completed. Small fire team boost. Arms masterwork bonus. That's good. I did complete some other ones as well, I thought. They were giving me messages there several times. Or not. Lots of these challenges to be completed because, you know, for the last season I completed almost everything. There's just a few that I haven't, but in this one I've not been as diligent because too many. No, don't matter. Oh yeah, there we are. We got, I picked up upgrade module 2 times. And then enhancement core 6 times. On Eververse engram. In this one match I leveled up 2 levels, so that's pretty good. Bounties. I wasn't paying attention to this much. What's this one? I've not purchased that anniversary pack, so I probably don't have it. We'll have a look. We'll have a look. Maybe that's on Xbox we can still access it, I'm not sure. Don't have access to it. There's engram. Ghost picked up. Alright, that's not too bad. Let's see, what do we do next? We need some bounties, I think. Oh yeah, you know what I didn't do? We've not gone to Zer. We should have picked up some bounties or some stuff from him before going in there. Don't matter, we'll go back there. We do that now. But I just want to see what stuff I picked up. Because there was loads of loot in there. Yeah, but the value of the loot's poor. Like 1316, that's not really much, is it? Plenty of blues as well, look at this. I'm already on 1320 on most of these items, and okay, so that's sorted. Did you see this new sparrow that I've got? That looks quite cool. Viper 4S. And I changed shaders so it looks quite good. Looks a bit like Falling Guillotine to a degree. Similar. Quite like, I don't know, you can see it on the stream. I like the cam that applied. Looks kind of funky. Which one's that? Oh, the Reese Racer, that one. Oh yeah. I think vaulted it, I think. Yeah. I picked up lots of ships as well. I have 4 exotics. I got Atlas Hauler, which is currently equipped, Symmetry Flight, Velocimancer, and then Forbidden Memory. And they look really quite cool. I've got to say that Bungie's, you know, the design team, they really absolutely excelled. And I thought that when they released Anthem, their team was somewhat better, or because the characters were more customizable than in Destiny. You could literally change every single dot on the armor. You know what I mean? Like every single bit you could change. But Destiny upgraded since. I just think that the outfits look really cool. I mean, look at my hunter. He looks incredible with his shiny armor, and it's all kind of blending in perfectly color-wise and everything. Looking really very pretty. It doesn't look like I picked up anything of value in here, so that's annoying. I did see lots of different items being dropped, but don't know where they've gone. Right, back to Eternity. You ready for that? We'll go to Zer first to pick up some bounties. I forgot about that last time. Anyway, to resort to what we need to say to our viewers. This is the pinnacle activity of this season, Season of the Lost. And basically you can see the horse in there. The horse has got this sort of magic visionary powers, and you're collecting all types of items which are dropped at the very end of the activity. But what's important is not to do what we basically have done. We've gone to the battlefront before going to Zer, and everybody loves this activity because otherwise once a week you need to find Zer and purchase some items which are expensive, and in this instance you go to his treasure hoard and he rewards you, right? Let me see whether I can access this. Yeah, I need to have the anniversary pack. I'm not paying £25 for it. I'm sorry, but £25 is too high. And I think that as they were bought, Bungie were bought to, well, they announced today that they're bought by Sony. I'm sure they'll have some sort of deal with Sony, you know, PlayStation, and they'll have stuff in there which is going to be cheaper and everything. My feeling is that Bungie didn't like that Halo Infinite, after being released, was basically taking all the customers, and they must have a major drop. And you know, the same day Microsoft released Halo Infinite, and then all the content which was on Xbox, you know, the full content of Destiny disappeared on the same day, which is ridiculous because lots and lots of people are still doing the content. There's, you know, an abundance of it, and that might be the reason as to why they've gone to Sony. I don't know. Just like thinking aloud. But you know, as we have obviously PlayStation and Xbox, doesn't really matter. If they make it proprietary, you can still do it. I guess you purchased Destiny then for PC. Is that right? Rather than imported it from Xbox. Is that right, Sikapupu? You bought Destiny separately for PC, or did you import it from Xbox? But you must have imported it from somewhere to PC. Oh no, no, you just downloaded the original, right? The New Light, which was offered for free, and then it stayed there from the beginning. Well, like the guy, the internet very, because you know, it's gone. Energy weapon battler. Let's see what that weapon's like. You tried it?
I was told to come here and wait, but I do not know what I am waiting for.
BXR 55 battler. I've got 2 of them. Ah. Any good? I've been trying Wastelander M5 shotgun. I locked it as well, and then DRBMiller automatic rifle. DRBMiller wasn't too bad, but it wasn't astonishingly good. Half through sword, so I've got everything equipped, which is quite. Actually, that's not true. Battler.
A sun is a necessary part of a solar system.
So don't need 2 of them. Really? What's this one? Trace rifle. I'll try that one. Retrace path trace rifle. Ah, appearance. Okay, I'm gonna fiddle with this too, so I'll be waiting. Basically, what I've been doing is opening up all these different. I was going to the main. And these other. Oh, I see the pack. Pack, therefore I can't. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's the reason as to why, because he has a lot of loot in his chest. Can you get leggings? Well, so it wasn't about you purchasing us. Putting this back to it. Cold, don't you? Really looking cold. Oh, just one star horse bounty at a time, okay. Strange coin. Yeah, they basically made it impossible for us to pick up some of the stuff unless we purchase the pack. So it's pure monetary. And I'm telling you, it's really hated by so many different people.
Guardian down.
Well, be eating their words now, because you remember when they released, they said there's need for any of us. If you grind, get the currency, you'll be able to buy everything. That's not true. I can't buy this up with in-game currency, can I? Or to purchase the pack.
Guardian down.
My emotions are not my control. It is different.
You're dying in there. I have ways to pick up. Yeah, it is. Taking time really looking at different things.
I am an agent
Not
of the
been here
night.
for a few weeks. Okay. So we have retraced path yet again, and not really of particular
Guardian
value.
down.
I'm wondering whether they will reduce the price of the bundle before it expires. But it's actually to be
Guardian down.
active until the end of the year, I think. Okay, so that's one bounty, two bounties, three bounties.
It was the Nine's. Now it is yours.
I'm gonna be taking the one costing me 3k.
Is it your
I
will
think
to
I'll change
return?
weapons. I wasn't too happy with these weapons there. Wastelander. 16, 13, 20. Grenade launcher. Oh, we can try that, actually. Huckleberry. I'll try Huckleberry for the next round. Looking good. I like it. Don't want to change the
Guardian down.
appearance of Huckleberry. Submachine gun. You kitted up. You ready to rock and roll? Oh. Okay,
Do not be
we'll do that
alarmed.
straight away, but what I
I know
didn't
no
do
reason to cause you harm.
Guardian down.
is
You will not find the Nine
Wayfinder's
that way,
compass.
but they will find you.
Okay. I think the whole idea of Wayfinder Camp mods is far too complicated for a rookie or for a novice player. People are able to work this out. So unless they're watching our streams or working together with other guys, it's too difficult because there are lots of different mods, and
Guardian down.
very hard to know what to be applying where. On the other hand, I quite because it makes some of the grind worthwhile. You get mods and the weapons are then more powerful. Receiving some messages, just need to see what this is.
I have a message for
Guardian
you
down.
from the Nine, but I forget it.
Is beer really all
Guardian
that
down.
hydrating? Well, I can tell you it isn't. It dehydrates. It's trying to sell beers. This is ridiculous.
Guardian down.
People are trying everything nowadays, it's just incredible. In order to get the sales
Guardian down.
inflated. Yeah, I'm ready. So if you're ready, I've got all the bounties, and let's see what
I
these
have
bounties actually want us
explained
to do.
it the best that I can.
Which is what I frequently forget to check. So one bounty tells us Defeat combatants with solar damage.
Guardian down.
Change to solar. Defeat combatants with weapons in the energy slot in Days of Eternity. Defeat champions. Rapidly defeat. Okay, that's quite easy. Let's see whether we've got solar. Solar is enabled.
What happens when every cell is dead?
Guardian down.
What about the swords? Now we'll keep that sword. Look at this mean here first.
Do not be I know no you harm.
All of us, look at that.
I do
ready.
mean to explain, but every time I try, I dread.
Eternity. Off we go. More is to follow, our friends. Some weapons didn't work on the champions in there, which means that my mods must have expired. Let me see. No, they're there. Unstoppable sidearm. Oh, I see. That's what it is. Right. Automatic rifle. Unstoppable sidearm. Automatic rifle, right. Ah well. Put on that Cerberus, I think. For this battle, try it.
The cosmic horse promises great riches, Guardians. Come on down to tonight's Dares of Eternity.
Dares of Eternity. Oh, that looks so good. There's Galahorn in there, isn't there? Yeah, it is. So maybe we'll get that Galahorn, then that's a potential reward, isn't it? The one that... A new dungeon. Well, that we are successful. In the lobby had the bonus
Now
round.
feel and learn against whom you must compete.
Winning. I like that. Because it's like Vex.
Frowning Pool, Eularia, Carla Vex.
Look at that. Man, I'm dizzy already. The second match. It's this thing, isn't it?
The requires further of your abilities. Fantastics now demand prove your deity. Any eternity of course.
Electrum, it didn't work. You have to forwards on that platform.
The wheel.
Backwards or looking backwards. Where?
Face that.
Ah, go away. That champion in there died.
The demands you must obey.
Ah. Their other champions. I'm doing well, Cerberus. Everything the business. It's all been done, fine. When he throws that, they always place one of those exploding things. So it becomes really tricky. something to protect.
Guardian down.
Neil. Clive Schroeder. That's annoying.
Your final opponent's behind one of these. Shall you choose?
Well, I anyway. Stayed from the other guy.
Enjoy from tonight's most contestant. Enjoy the horses.
I can't get through.
Powerful Vex stage. The horse demands I tell you to have fun out there.
Yeah, the characters we eliminated during the campaign. These bosses in there. This one and in the last one. Oh man, good. I'm hitting it directly. It's middle spot. It's side. Ah, no, I got that. So that trace trap is very good for them. Strong, isn't it? That's annoying. Got this outside of this flank up. And I'm really strange. Don't know what happened, but I got
Force bestows upon you.
finally he's gone.
Indeed, I must echo the horse from beyond the... Thank you for joining us on Dare Liberty.
Missions in here.
Good night, sir.
Watch this. Sakapupa. The horse. And look at the horse and look at him doing. Thing on his neck. There we are. Sakapupu topping it. 194. Look at that. 80,000 score. Very good. Right, I need to take a short break, my dear friends. So if you just stay with us, Sakapupu, I need to take a short break, couple of minutes, and then I'll be back. We'll carry on. I think we'll try some other activity, because this is kind of making me a bit dizzy, and then we can come back to this a bit later. I don't know, we'll see. Try anything, you know, and lots of different things to do still. But let me see what we've done with those bounties, whether any of those have been completed. Ah, I completed 4, so that's pretty good. Paraversal Sunsinger, that's been completed. Frenzy of Eternity completed. Auto rifle calibration. Also shooting hand grenades completed, so that's fine. Power bonus +1. See? Well, we nearly reached 29, just a tiny little bit left. Okay, we'll stay in the orbit just for a minute. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, so just stay with us, and once I come back we'll carry on Sakapupa and herself with some other ferocious activities here in Destiny Season of the Lost. There we are, my friends, I'm back. I had to have a short break because I've got to say, this activity, pinnacle activity here, that we were doing, makes me so dizzy, and I'm not sure why, but can you think probably to do with all these colours and flashing lights and everything. It appears to be really kind of quite psychedelic. And I really understand my colleague in the US, and she wrote several articles for Game Informer indicating that Destiny in fact is stimulating grand mal seizures with some people, and I was absolutely terrified to read that. And it does have a very serious neurological effect because there's lots of flashing lights and bright colors and highly illuminated, and it's changing all the time. So I'd say probably this activity more than any other was making me a bit more dizzy. How about you, Sekapupu? You there? I can't hear you. Yeah, I was just gonna ask you, does it make you also a bit dizzy when you play this activity? At all? And you're quite close to the screen as well, aren't you? Because you're obviously playing it on a PC, so you're not too far from it. And I'm quite away from my screen. I'm probably, let me think, 8-10 feet away. So that's more like 2.5-3 meters away. I know, big telly, 60-inch, and still the same thing. So it's really weird. I mean, you know, we are all individually susceptible to that sort of thing, depending on our optic nerve and central nervous system and everything else. And I'm slightly photosensitive, not greatly, slightly. So got to always take it in moderation. Right, cutting story short, I had a bite to eat, I had a bit to drink. I'm fully refreshed, ready to crack on with some more activities. So let us think, what do we do next? Your bounties, have you completed your bounties? The ones you picked up? All of them? Yeah, I've got still Energies of Eternity energy weapon, defeat combatants with weapons in the energy slot, and then champions 3 out of 4. Well, I've got little left on one of them, so I think we can do another one. I'm gonna be super dizzy afterwards, I think. But I've not been paying attention to ordinary enemies. I was using energy weapon on the champions or the boss. So I think that, you know, I'll do exactly that. I'll use this is a good weapon. As a 2-piece. Will it work on the same bounties? Yeah, we can. I think it does. Yeah, I think it does. Let me have a look. Because obviously I picked them up from there, so it needs to be in eternity. Let me see. Yeah, there's of eternity. Yeah, it is. Well, we can do one more, and then we go to the dungeon. How about that? Pick up some extra bounties or whatever. Shadowkeep is available free of charge until the end of the month, because on the 22nd of February, and all of our gamers and our friends live need to remember this, Shadowkeep is going to be vaulted. So if you have anything left out on Shadowkeep, make sure you collect and stash. Shadowkeep is vaulted, yeah, on the 22nd. Which is ridiculous, everyone rebelled against that, but they're vaulting it on the 22nd to enable space for the Witch Queen. And I think the Dreaming City as well. Why? Why did you have to do that? Well, that would be extremely difficult. What a dungeon. But that must be really difficult doing a dungeon by yourself. It's like incredibly difficult. It's like doing a raid by yourself, isn't it? Right. Let's try then. Let me see, just a second. Do you want to collect anything from there? Because I don't think I'm able to collect any more bounties. But what I picked up. Do you want to collect anything at all, or not? Because we picked up everything for today. Yeah, we picked up everything for today. Okay, we'll go for Days of Eternity. Hope our viewers are enjoying the activity. That's the best activity that would have come up within the 30-year bundle, as well as Season of the Lost. So people played it a lot and really enjoyed it. And it has been definitely very enjoyable and very hectic. Not as hectic as Escalation Protocol or Altars of Sorrows, but still quite good. And required major team effort in order to defeat the boss, because the bosses are quite difficult. That energy weapon I used, that trace rifle, worked really, really good on that boss, you know? Let me just have a look. The trace rifle, the one I'm using. It's very precise, it's got good aim. Retrace path. So I was able to aim directly at his milk spot and keep firing. And it had lots of rounds, so that seemed quite good. Just a tip really for anyone who wants to be eliminating that massive big boss of the Vex. Seems like a good strategy. I'm quite curious what the Witch Queen is going to do to the story. He said it will be like a major turnaround, and the graphics looked very good.
The trials ahead of you are fraught with peril, but the ideal horse wishes to place you in jeopardy on tonight's Dares of Eternity.
Dares of Eternity. I'll start use rifle literally from the word go in here.
Spin the wheel to learn which opponents are on the stage.
Faster than me yet again. I want
Assembled willingly from our studio audience, please welcome Taken.
seem really right.
More far into this at the behest of the ageless.
Maybe that quest. Energy 9 out of 30. That's annoying.
More excitement and prizes beyond the demented dares of each obstacle course.
just thinking
Careful.
you all. In the wheel, friend. It's actually a good shot in here. Underneath of that horse. Zed looks really menacing.
They are to make friends, for they are the Hive.
Not good to make friends. And I want to have some extra in my why did it just not kill that weak taunt to complete? I'm waiting for these not coming out.
DRBMiller Hive.
Yeah, they're not
One
this
holds your opponent, horse in silkess. Correct. Celestial bestows.
Oh, I got how much got? Can't. Ah, well.
Star Horse for final chat waiting backstage. Let's bring out the Cabal.
Let's bring out the Cabal. Yeah, these guys are snatching. I'm not getting anything. Yeah, they're snatching my kill. I'm not getting it done. That's not good.
Now, include the fight.
No! All the other guys taking kills.
Yes, you are victorious. hope you enjoy your fish winning.
I tell you what, we can go in there.
Super temporal die. You next time on Dare's Eternity.
Yeah, we didn't get really very good, so the rewards are really minimal. I did get a new quest that's connected to this whole. Let's see what to do. Some map in there. Magia. Grubinski 103. Look, I got 20 kills in the whole activity. That's ridiculous. That's just crazy. That is nuts. I don't understand it. No wonder I'm not getting my bounty done then. And other people are snatching it. Oh, it looks like I did get something. Let me see. Alright, managed to progress up the ladder. Level 29 completed. What level are you on the season? Season level 121. How come that you were able to go above and beyond? Because I couldn't. No. Because once you come to 100, what happens then? I see. So that's something new in this season, because the last season didn't allow this, I don't think. Well, I've gone to level 100 in the last season. It didn't seem to me like I could progress any further. Yeah, I got 16 out of 30 on that bounty. That's ridiculous. Obtain and complete bounties from Starhorse in Eternity. It's just driving us back to the same activity, isn't it? They really want us to be hammering this activity all the time. But I fancy doing something else. We've done already several rounds. What do you reckon? We do something else, yeah? Let's pick and choose. What do we do? Let's see what quests we've got. A dungeon. Yeah, but not sure but we'd be able to complete it. Okay. Okay, hang on. Let me just see something else. New light. One in the Dreaming City, complete a public event, loot a lost sector, and complete bounties provided Petra. Kind of fancy doing that as well. Bounties I need to complete there, 3 in the Dreaming City. Do you fancy doing this, or do you want to go dungeon? Okay, we're going to do dungeon. Beyond light. It's funny because there's always something new popping up on the quests. Okay, today, as we are back for the first time in a while, we'll do all that high octane, pinnacle, top notch battle harden activity, and then tomorrow we'll do some of the other more pedestrian activities, because I have quite a few to finish. You know, I really want to polish off the stuff that's going to disappear on the 22nd. I think you probably don't have many of these activities left because you would have done this before, but with me, obviously I do have some of these. Exotics. So loads of, look at this. 8. 8 of these I have, 10 even. Second. Okay. Right, so what do? We go back to the tower, or... Yeah, okay. We'll go to the tower, and then we'll go to... Prophecy. Okie dokie, there we are. For everyone watching, we are doing one of the older dungeons. The reason for that is I do not have access to the latest one. And guess what? That's because I've not purchased that 30th anniversary bundle. I'll be waiting for a little while to see whether they will reduce the price, and then I'll purchase it all. I thought we would get discounts on Xbox. We're not getting them on the pack because they've basically gone away from the system that had for the full year. You know, everything I purchased through Xbox was very cheap because the entire content was available through the Game Pass, and that's gone now. So that's very annoying. It's very annoying.
A hunter and a dredgen ask a question. You seek to understand the nature of the dark. We forged an answer.
What? Where?
You're standing in it.
Only gone to 1325, there's no major increase, which is also annoying. Like we're grinding in here. Well, they changed the system quite a bit. You remember at one time we could just like level up so rapidly, and now we're not leveling up much. I guess we are leveling up with the seasonal content, right? We're leveling up with other things, we're getting extra loot. But the actual power level is not increasing as much as we would have had it in the past. Well, I keep Cerberus and then the Trace Rifle and Half-Truth Sword. Yeah, go on. Yeah, I'll follow you. Push on.
You ask a question of pure potential. Death is intrinsic to the answer. Trying to melee him, but he was stronger than me. You remember when Spurs, you and me were trying to finish it and we were just not able to do it. What's hitting me from behind? Some other taken. Have you played Halo Infinite yet? Or not? Oh, it's really good. Campaign's incredible. Probably the best Halo campaign.
Guardian down.
I played all. You can download it for free on PC, you know? You can't play the campaign, but PvP is free of charge. You might like it. Similar to Destiny, very close to maps. Have an army chasing me. Quite a few chaps. Maybe that got through. Picked up some bounties. Well, maybe. Why? No, I've heard it. Left him otherwise. You need him for so. Okay. Seem to you. Oh, small ones. Mass Effect is just incredible. I played it from day one, released it on Game Pass, and it's the best ever. Especially the first one, it's massively improved. For some reason I can't pick it up in here. What is going on? Why is it up there? Huh. That's ridiculous. Going yeah, that's what it is. Eventually. Yeah. All done. Rally to the flag. Yeah, I remember this. He died. You're dead. Yeah. We need to live. Otherwise, this is gonna be Groundhog Day. 6 times.
Guardian down.
There we are. Yeah, look. Look at that red chase. Yeah. Ah! That big blobby pushed me off. Ah. Stay alive. Pushed off again. Again. Yeah, not sure why. Yeah, you know, the sword is the 30 years now. Ah, stepped on me. Anniversary sword's quite good. Carefully dropping some of them chasing. I tell you what, this trade is also very good for this activity. You wanna go. Everyone's dying, you know? Ah, some bashed from behind. Rabbits. There's a whole lot of them in there, look at that. They're ganged up. Ah, they both got killed. Well, far. Yeah, but run out of ammunition. Just hold on. Just wait a minute. Yeah. Just want to say to our viewers, for people who are watching this for the first time, this is not the pinnacle, the new seasonal dungeon. This is the old dungeon. We're doing as a 2-piece, and it's a very difficult activity. You have to be able to survive every single level in full, and then complete and move to another one. So that's why we are getting killed. We are slightly, I think, under-leveled, and also it's a 2-piece rather than 3-piece, and the activity is basically geared for 3-piece team. So just remember, if you want to do it for the first time, make sure you get 2 friends together. It gets a bit easier than what you can watch now on the screen. Right, let's crack on. Ammunition. That's why I got killed. That sword's dead for the time being until I get more ammunition. Yeah, we both died. Ah! We both did, man. Well, you know, it's... Once you press one character, it's more difficult to switch. It's always the case. I used to play Destiny 1, you do that most of the times, and then got killed again. Without that sword, I'm really seriously out of that sword with this. Ammunition for this sword. Big one killed me. Still no ammunition for the sword. And watch yourself beyond the sword. That's why I'm not getting. Also, for the rookies, scarce in this activity, so make sure that you're doing your rounds and everything appropriate. Otherwise, it gets strong. Ugh, he pushed me off. It's you. Alright. Doing finishers in dungeons, crazy, isn't it? Pushed me again. Just a big jab on the chin and got off.
Guardian down.
I haven't got the sword. I've got the sword now, just one lot. Just to blind them so I can you want to do the rank ones. Oh, I pushed him off. That's funny. I was able to do that. I got killed. Still have 39 rounds. Sword's gone. I got cornered by 6 of these taken, and there was no ammunition on the sword. That was it. Because I was doing them alright, but whilst ammunition was on, but then the big one's chasing me all the time. Pushed me off. Look at that. Yeah, I got pushed off. Ended up. haven't got any ammunition, I'm empty. That's the trouble. The sword does the business, you know. As soon as I'm out, then because all the other weapons are not as effective, the sword's like really mighty. I'm just behind there, you can see me. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, where are you?
Down.
No, yeah. I only picked up one round of ammunition so far. So it's like really bad. Yeah, he's like really strong. Actually, big one, probably. Ah! What is this? I've got only 17 rounds in my sword. Okay, so ah, look at this. Oh, it's God. How? What do I do? What does it? I'll try. Big one, man, that's tricky. Got them all. Yeah, it is, yeah. Oh, there it is. Again. Oh, so annoying. Ah, dead again. I only picked up like 13 rounds, it's not enough. without that sword we're gonna have lots of problems, you know? Why is he immune? I don't get it. Yeah, it's Neil. And he lives. Oh no, no, he's dead. He's dead. Alright, good. Yeah, same here actually. Let me try this to see what it looks like. I quite like the one I've got. I like the one which is glowing. Just give me a second. You see, the trouble with this section is I've got really very good sword, right? The sword I've got is the 30-year anniversary half-truths, but I only had maybe 2 or 3 lots of ammunition for it in the whole match. So once I'm out of ammunition, and it doesn't work on the hilt at all. I tried hilting even the small enemies, it didn't work. You reckon that would work? Hang on a minute. This would be on my gauntlets. Okay. Just a second. That it's so annoying when using two headsets and not been using them of late, and then one is sort of pressurizing my skull a bit too hard. The Microsoft one. Okay, let me see. Discipline mods. So where is it? What section? I don't see that mod. I don't seem to have it for some reason. I don't know why. You got it on your helmet. No, I've got machine gun. Find a hand cannon. Rocket launcher. Find a shotgun. No, I've got it, but it's not allowing me. There's not enough energy. Which bag? Affinity. Is that the one? No, I don't understand. I mean, you know, you said... obviously, because my energy here is 10. So, right. It says, no. Can you see it on my stream? This is empty. No, it's empty. Hands on. And I've got it. Actually, I was looking at the wrong socket. I was looking at empty mod socket, but in fact that mod's available on the slot 3. So I get it now. No, I just got it wrong. Why is it that I've got then not enough energy? So why is it unused 1? So just giving me 1 extra slot. Just a moment ago it didn't really provide me with that 1 extra slot. I see. What should I put for the last? Alright, we got that now sorted. And yeah, let's just crack on, because I'll cut off at 6 o'clock, so just carry on. Do we engage or we carry on? Lots have taken in here. Maybe quite a few, but now I'm out on my sword and use rifle. Face rifle, so it's called. It's annoying. We destroy this, yeah? I saw you. It's a brick wall. What's this? Where have you gone? I can't really get through. I got stuck there where the loot is. I seem to be able to drop anywhere. Have you gone in? Are you outside? Where are you? No, for some reason I'm glitched. I can't seem to be able to go ahead. I was there collecting loot and then suddenly I can't go anywhere. No, what I mean is, are you outside or are you still in the tunnel? You've gone outside? Yeah, okay. You found it. It's very quiet in here. Oh, how on that? Good. On the street as well. Still this one. Big onion. Some bulgur wheat, our sauce made with this. Butter. No, I've not seen anything yet. Okay, let's go and try to get in. I think it was open even before this. Thing it popped up. That's blinding, isn't it? It's so bright. Think about somebody who's got photosensitivity who's just got completely nuts. It's the brain really badly. There we are. No, he was. No, no. Don't know what happened. Something else. Sniper killed him. Oh yeah, yeah, he's above me. Let me be. No, respawn. Ah well, it was too early. We get it. Yeah, I'm trying to push it, but you know. We should be able to do that because I eliminated him when he was in the dark. I got him. Oh, he's gone back. Hang on. Ah. Got it. It was in the light. It was not in the dark. You get it? didn't pick up any. Didn't pick up anything. I was just leaving it to the enemy. Any grenades? The grenade. The grenade didn't explode. That's ridiculous. Well, dang, can't see a thing. Alright, I'll try to live. That's so mighty, honestly, that's so a thing, you know? Well, I didn't see it. Well, I don't see them anywhere. Straight away. Oh, this one. Okay. Any other? can't see. I'm not picking anything up. No, I had to avoid them. I'll leave them for you. Oh, I see. He's up there. This is an alpha. I got killed. That sniper was on top. So this is dungeon completed, this one. Has this section completed. Very far. Yeah, coming. Allow me to do finishes and then that's annoying. Look at that. Oh, good. Where's he gone? Heaven and Hell Prophecy. Right. I don't like the graphics where it's so bright blue and red and that, you know? I don't like it at all. I prefer conventional graphics. This isn't really. No, it's just doing it on the cheap because that doesn't cost anything. A proper, you know, like a proper environment has to be built. So for the pandemic, they've done it on the cheap. You remember the activities that we're doing, Override and the other ones.
Guardian down.
Will do. Good. There, you will be revived. You will live. The joys of destiny. That is enduring. My internet speed should be better than before. Doesn't look like it. Whoops. Where is he? Kill me. It's two of them. Two of them. Two of them. Oh, you're dead as well. Alright, we'll do it again. There's two snipers, one on each side. They're quite far away. I tried to get him with my trace rifle, but he was, you know, quicker than me. Alright, you go, I'll follow. Hang on, don't go anywhere. Just stay where you are. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, I've taken a screenshot, so... How usually do I go on? Going to fall in between. Tiny little gap, and I thought I was going to go through it. Yeah, but I'll be dying quicker then. Don't. It's too fast and then too tricky. Oh, look at them. Yeah, there's taken in there, snipers and all sorts. A pyramid. What I was telling you is that they've done it on the cheap with the environment. You know? Because this is like really simple, doesn't require much input or anything, just bright colors, and I hated it. Yeah, but it's the same reason. They've done it before the pandemic, but then they had Override and what was the other one? There was two different Pinnacle activities, and they were unwatchable. They were so bland with green and blue colors, and you know, it's very easy to make. Doesn't look particularly attractive compared to the standard environmental Destiny. That sniper is so precise. I was running and he got me 3 times. Amazing I lived. But this one I will eliminate. I don't believe it, another one eliminated me. Yeah, do so, because I got killed by another sniper. He was on the top deck. Well, I tried to eliminate the first one. I'll respawn. Watch out, there's a sniper just below you. I'm respawning in 2. Same sniper killed me again. It's the way above. Yeah. No, it's fine, yeah. Because I just got revived, so. Proper welcome party up here. There's about 2 dozen of them. What's this? What is this? Do you see it? It's like floating of some sort. Do we need to destroy this? What is it actually? I don't know. This thing which is floating in here, that. See that? Okay. I thought it was a glitch because it looked weird. No, I'm gonna go anywhere. No, I pressed it, but it didn't register because of the lag. Ah, that's annoying. Killed too easy. Yeah. That big boss is catching up with me wherever I go, so it's really so annoying. No, I'm running up and down, but you know. That's the problem. Let them off and then they get you. Still have quite a lot of ammunition, so that's quite good. Not sure. Oh, we survived. Miraculously, we survived. Walking back. So annoying. I got killed by one of those taken out there. I left it. Several. I've run out of ammunition, otherwise the ult would have gone halfway to the back and the ammo was gone. So he's there. I need to survive first, hang on. No, I tried to avoid. I can't do anything about it. You know, it's amazing that I'm able to stream again, because I couldn't stream any. Well, not really, because I need that sword. Without that sword, I can't do a thing. That sword's killing all the enemies, and you know, because I can change later, but without that sword, I'm fried. I can try. Right. Right. Let me just grab a snack whilst you're doing this. Just don't go anywhere. Just give us a second. Just want to have a very brief bite. Okay, going crack on. get muted. No, sniper got definitely it's just a lamp. Round's done. Weapon is not producing. What? Bashed. Total chaos. Yes. Too many enemies. two of them on high health, so you should be able to eliminate them. One of them is trying to kill me. You're gone, quick. 'Cause I'm needing help. It's an overkill, but still, job done. There's a wolf left. Got me even before I managed to get him. The lag is the enemy. I know that, but it's because of the lag. If it's a 2-second lag, look. Every time I come to him, I'm... No, but you can't see it because of the speed. I can see it here. Oh, how did you know? The lag was being put back. Up to 50% that echo. Two of them pushing. And I can't see a thing. Ah, what was that? Let's look inside. there. There was 10 orbs and I didn't pick up. Life left. Everything from the beginning. We need to start from scratch, literally. From the very beginning now we have to start. Okay, let's try to race through it, but I mean I've really extended it already, but you know, we'll try to get some completion. Yeah. And you got killed like 2 seconds before I was revived. This is literally mods. No, that's the one I'm using. I'm using the fastest. I haven't really faster than that. On servers, that's the fastest. Maybe I can do something else. Hang on, let me just... don't revive me, don't revive me. I want to see something. Risk runner. No. I should have used it before, but you know what I mean. I should have used it before. You remind me, as I said. earlier, but you know, not been in the dungeon for a while, so I had clearance with this run at first. And actually that was kind of really good for the boss. My God. Yep. That's what I'm trying to do. Symphony. He brought it back. Oh, hopefully. Did knock down his health by 25%, so that's alright. No, no. What's this now? Crash. I don't believe it. You know what it is? It's the maintenance. We won't be able to get back in. So what do I do then? I just go to the dungeon. Go back to the dungeon. Or bring it. Join your game, in fact, right? I can't believe that we're being booted. I joined your team, it accepted. No, I'm not going to be useless with anymore, but it's down to about 30%. Massive rush. I was unleashing, but I managed to get them all. The tricky thing is this hose. even see where you are. I don't know what happened. I tried to revive you, it didn't seem to work. I clicked and everything, you know? No, I want to complete it now, so it's just stretching, but never mind. It was, I guess, my fault in that, but the trouble there is that there's a gap. I kept avoiding it, but then I just, yeah, I tried, but it didn't seem to. I am. On a catalyst. Hang on, I need to hide. I need to hide. Hang on, I'll do that as quick as I can. Don't forget, I'm lagging, so. I think it's working better now, isn't it, with that catalyst? it down to 50% now? Yeah, I can't really do it. I'm in the middle of that. Each of the rounds. We actually, I think we managed to suppress his health even more this time. Yes, we did. Less than 50% now. Something. Well, we definitely want that. Yeah, that was two behind. This one taken nice. You're getting some ammunition. Okay. Have to keep persisting, and then hopefully you'll get some ammunition. So what do we do? Because I'm getting a lot of it. I don't know why I'm not getting anything. I'm getting like loads and I can't carry them. Can't just leave them. Try. That's alright, I'll go to the middle. Well, for the benefit of viewers, I can tell you that Sakapuku and me are doing this very difficult dungeon in the duo. There's some hurdles, but at the moment we have some problems with the ammunition, because for whatever reason it's not very good. Some ammunition for his heavy weapons, so that's concern. Won't be able to do it for the rest of the night. Not gonna get anything. And also it may be because the maintenance should have kicked in, but they'll cut off and they'll be literally left without anything. So I'd suggest that we carry on, because otherwise if they cut off the maintenance, then that's it. Because, you know, Tuesday reset. I've not seen anything really. Because usually the maintenance starts at the reset. We didn't have any, so it will kick in. Not trust the light, we've not had any warnings. I'd say we just carry on, because I keep getting, there's lots of ammunition there dropped. It's glitched, you know, we are just flogging that horse, we're not getting anywhere. Is that for your rocket launcher or for what? That's trouble. Yeah, try another weapon and see what it is. But I don't think it is. I think it's some sort of glitch. It wasn't this. No, they're actually hurting me really badly. It shouldn't be there. No, I'll leave them for you. Because otherwise, if I'm in the middle, they're hitting me from all sides. And if I'm running around, there's nothing. No damage. I tried it before, it worked. I forgot how grindy this can be. We've done so many grinds in the past, I just completely forgot about it because I've done different games in between. Let me just check my gear, just give us a second, because we're close to completion and I don't want to jinx it. I hit him with, I think, 4 rockets, so it did suffer quite a bit of damage. aside. Ah. Gonna eat my controller. Anyway, another round, and let's just focus, because we jinxed it there. Now I try to hit him with the rocket initially, as much damage as possible. Because I was too far for him to suffer substantial damage again if I used it too further away. Otherwise it would have been a lot more damage than those. That's alright, that's alright. The thing that happens with these activities is fatigue. Even if you do it many times, then you get fatigued, and then one starts making mistakes. And very important not for that to take place. Doesn't matter if you're doing it first time in a while, so it's fine. But otherwise, you want to apply that to it. Things like it. Also, it's, you know, the flashing lights and that affect my brain. Yeah, I got killed. So many rounds, 900 rounds. Yeah, I'm going straight away. Oh, he brought me back immediately. Bye. So what's happened? we are both getting a bit fatigued now. We're making mistakes, you know. Don't matter. We'll get through it.
Guardian down.
That's easily made. That's a mistake. Picked one character. For second nature, it does the same thing, you know. Loads of ammunition there now. Oh, back again. Keeps doing all the time. Yeah, that as well. We can, but I'm eager to complete. But we are losing concentration, both you and me, because you could see it's slightly fatigued. Let's have one more go and close, you know, so I can't see it. Again. Again. Me back again. Lots of respawning. The lag. I'm we're not going to be able to do it, I'm afraid. I'm getting tired, and we've done quite well, but you could see that the fatigue is affecting both you and me, and we're making mistakes, and there's no point of logging it because we're not going to get anywhere. So we'll call it a day for this, and I want to see what we achieved so far, so we can go to the tower. There was a lot of you need to go to the tower because you're the fire team leader at the moment. Hang on. Make me a fire team leader on the roster so I can direct us. I want to have a look at what's been completed because I had lots of achievements popping up, you know, like triumphs and seasonal, etc. So we'll have a look at that for the benefit of our viewers. We call it a day. Apologize to our viewers because obviously we were trying our very best, but as you could see, this is a difficult activity. It's one could argue that sometimes if you're doing it as a duo it's more difficult than a raid, and we've done well but with the tiredness obviously we're losing workers, we're a bit fatigued, and therefore we'll just do it some other time. Don't think so. I don't think I have it in Destiny 2. No, I'm 100% sure. Need to double check. I thought I picked it up once, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't think I have it on my... No, I need to check in the vault. Hang on, I'll have a look. Island in the third slot. Yeah, I can, yeah. I'm just looking. I don't think I remember maybe, but I've looked at everything. I don't see it. But for some I picked it. See the weapons, what we picked up and what was given to us.
Happy. Don't worry about it.
we'll catch up on another day, and thanks very much for joining us. Stream, and as usual, have their zones, so on different streams depending on the schedule. But I'll try to endeavour 2 and 6 p.m. UK time, so that would be, I think, your
venture exploring.
Yeah, it's about 4 to 8 UK time and 2 to 6 UK time. Be shorter. I've given it some of the in-game mechanics and gent up in here. Everything seems to work. Was it any better or worse than before? Any difference? Yeah, fiber. So anyway, thanks very much for joining us another day. Have a good, but it's expected with dungeon, and it's very, very difficult. Good all the time. Anyway, see you. Take care. There have been some interesting bits. We have retraced path. Well, as you can see, some of the weapons we picked up even they're not, sadly. And then we have art.
However, I can be
It's
of service.
completely useless, more advanced than the
Crucible last night.
but I'm the GI. Well, I was able to try and scenes is definitely a very happy achievement. Say, it was just reminded today, disciplines we need to become, and they could be very grindy, appear as never-ending, invented a regeneration of a crispy, very active, very live broadcast. But doing these things today obviously helped us with leveling up on season front, up the ladder, and it's all together enjoyable deed.
Being
Lots
right.
of good fun.
Checking now.
Yeah, I can see almost. Well, thing is, we would get better and better gear in the new Bungie, and did also have a problem with some of the things in there. The problem is Bungie that were given to us as streamers game currency, and that's now been swing old, and I'm not
Check.
agreeable, so therefore I'm not buying it. They have the entire Destiny content. You'll see another from, and we've heard here before that it was to stay with a while, and issues that do not go down with us, the dedicated patrons. And don't forget, the biggest problem is that some of the purchase, like for instance DLCs, is going to be vaulted. So that one really look at my
Let's see what
items.
we've got.
You can see these. Alright, we'll put and see what that 20. That's 20. Okay. So this one. The ladder a bit with our power levels. And nothing.
Checking. Done. Received. Acknowledged.
Retrace the path. Okay, so we won't be able to change that. So don't forget when you put that anniversary, you must always lock it. If you don't lock, mishaps, accidental missions, war, connection, and very important that the items, be it weapons, armor, that are locked in. So therefore, you never, unless you manually unlock that item. We heard from Second Whoop, he was able. Very important for everyone to remember to lock them. It could cause ornaments, weapons, and armor. A little bit more.
Anything for you?
And then look at items, and also we look at achievements. So triumphs, I think, did catalyst. That is energy weapon catalyst. Did today.
We all have to
We
look
read
out
it
for
smart. Complete the following. And there is another one.
Where I can be of
Objective. Melee. Completed. What else do we have? Achievements. Okay.
rhythmic,
Gear.
physical express. Win a fight, but they feel good. Feeling good is better than not.
What if we trust? What if we let them have the travel?
No tracking necessary in here. So that's also.
She said she was herself, so I gave her a thumbs up.
So very quickly light the items required. Quite important we have everything always order.
The fleet took losses, using to say how bad.
But
It's like I'm missing other than this one.
It's always
Prince.
make physical expression. Win a fight is better than not.
ad package.
Hollow sleep.
To express herself, so gave her a thumbs up.
Don't worry about
Eye
it.
of the Storm. Season 20.
Funny. Worry about it.
Sparrows in season 9. Good fun. Weapons. Pulse rifle by the looks of it.
It's no problem.
Battle
Happy to help.
Okay. Selection just one weapon. Spec shotgun.
It's always a pleasure.
Wastelander. Anniversary. Grenades. Retrace path. Very useful as activity. 30-year sword as well was there, wasn't Hard Truth. Yeah, that's the Hard mods.
Won't fit.
Remember, use your mods, collect them at Islama, and they will give you anti-difference to all the and as we said, mods are very applicable to certain activities, like weapons for dungeon and for the raids. It's essential. Power. Really fancy completing that dungeon as a duo with new kit, and we'll do it on another day.
We all have to.
Liable to say, together with raids, they must Destiny overall, Destiny sequel, or Destiny Beyond Night. Take really how you wish to.
Ted
Nully cool.
express herself, so I gave her a thumbs up.
Season 15
Warlock just passed out. Glad to shouted something.
to 30. I know we were replaying. Seven.
Don't worry about it.
Freeze burn.
Eververse. It's a promise.
Week. Astral. Armory revelations. We probably have gone up the ladder. Yes, we did. So that means we paid off quite nice. We have legends.
However, it's true.
Trajectory spike. Core. Come on, SM. We have enhancement upgrade modules. We're gone to 30th Monday. Was it 26th? Rapidly advanced. And as we've heard, all even managed to advance their seasonal
Fenchurch
content
does the
to the level
exploring.
1000. Seen that, but Sakabubu told, well, don't forget people doing the raids and the dungeons are likely to be getting plenty of that if successfully completing all of them. Leveling up massively as the it works is the most difficult activities get you the best rewards, and that's the way it should be really at the end of the day. So let's keep it in perspective. If you grind and if you work hard, you get properly rewarded. So that's the way Destiny works for you. In store we'll get one more item, that will be that engram. Let's see what the engram is. Evidence engram. So it's transmatter. Okay, so we'll leave that for the season 15. Oh, we don't have enough space, right? It's because we are rich. New ship. Oh, I'm curious about that ship. The ship looks like.
Fenchurch does the exploring.
Is it gonna
I
be
make the
better,
deals.
nicer than the one we've got? I doubt it. ship's gone into the vault, to be honest with you, not mistaken. We'll have a look.
I heard they wired
Yeah, I think so.
the ship.
We've gone. No, this I think.
Hi there.
Amplitude PT ship. I'm not that keen on the color, got to see. Kind of like that better. Agree. This one will probably be better. I don't know. Really? Yeah, that's quite good. Bit like Mass Effect type of Guardian. God. Guardian. That looks quite good. Put it down for that Guardian. So that is the ship, and the ship needs to go to understand other ships in the world. Hardly any space left in the vault. Space effects. Need to do some sorting out in there. Just like old paperwork, it piles up. Trying to see which ones are there to keep, because some of the ships are like better than others, design-wise that is. We don't have any other. Oh, that's the one I really like, the lesser. And then what's the other one? Huygens.
I just want to know who's in charge.
Is it Huygens?
The Awoken don't age the way people do. I mean,
It's very similar
human
to the one we
beings.
just picked up. Mainsail Royal. Don't like this shader at all. That's looks like a B-2 bomber, if you're familiar with combat aircraft. This is rather old. Okay, so in the vault we'll put the old and this one. Okay, so we can still pick it up. We'll probably complete all of the admin we need to do today.
Yes. Acknowledged. All done, all done.
Go back to our friends there.
Back from the hunt, I see.
Boots. Because with the legs. Look at that.
Looks like there's a rat living here.
It's very good to see where things are ending. And, that. What is the power level? 1320, okay. This is not really useful. 1320.
World's changing, you must adapt.
7.5. And we'll just go for
Some things.
I can definitely.
I'm definitely getting a close.
Yes, I want
25. Else to do routine. No challenge.
aim only by quant.
I don't know that.
So we've got those dates.
Algorithm.
This is all.
We have got.
Back our lost ark are finite.
He was crazy.
I thought there was one engram.
No readings.
You woke up.
And what exactly what
Good luck.
first did you see something I've not sort of seen back in the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I don't uploaded and to Spotify and also discuss for you.
It is depending on more.
The different things as the ENG by Microsoft popping up titles and it is the given to our community, people who are in months how we really tire by doing ordinarily in also an AS here forum and to be able here is this wonderful have film reviews films and I want to talk to some the gaming community thoughts and we got popular worldwide we have to people make action for live streams sometimes experiment of those not screens but never it will be on Twitch YouTube another boo many times together with thank everyone those of you who are streaming you will injure me back doing is indeed dedicated to so you get gaming community regular squad what's really good capacity enemies skill and depending on what enemy you get you crack on with the battles the only done purchase the bundle edition bundle for the 3 and therefore you'll be able some of the items are also accessible through grinds that we had all the other ones accessible the bundle through in-game grinds it's basically down to your own personal preference and choice and there's opportunity
I don't know what the traveler's transformation means.
It's very enjoyable it's high octane king and destroying herbal best played squad so that has been dungeon is very tedious and soulful in complete seasons and carry on another day gaming the assets bring never ever approaching me or else from our games that will carry on for many years ahead presenting you two separate Warzone with Warzone map in the very so I need to talk to regulars rules that which and certain types of exchanges need to really explain in there because if there are breaches that here on and also we'll have a new fellow podcast efforts what you see just click below or just a message Instagram this channel of the world our community as we keep watching
The shadow around us, Guardian, but our light. It does